Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Dutch Classics main event live from the King's Resort in Rosendal. I hope you can all hear me loud and clear and are ready for an action-packed event. This is the Dutch Classics main event. Brought to you live from the King's Resort in Rosendal. I am your announcer, your Irish pundit, Action Man Dan. Hope you're all very well on this Sunday evening, wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. This is one of my personal favourite events to commentate on. The Irish are widely renowned as some of the best fans in the entire world. However, the Dutchies have a special place in my heart. They are growing in numbers and always tune in for these events. Get their pom-poms out for the guys or ladies that they're supporting. They create a massive amount of interest and numbers in our channels, and that is what we love around here. Our mantra is action, and this event is going to provide just that. Hello, we raised chili dog. Bingo. Hey, you're very welcome for the sweet words. I'm going to refresh the page there. Love seeing these graphics. Everything's there. 700K, 132 players remaining. Having a small bit of technical difficulties there. Chili dog going to try get that sorted immediately. Thanks for bringing it to my attention. I don't immediately recognize anyone from the feature table here. If you have any information about the remaining players, be sure to let me know in the chat. We do see kings for Cindy, all in for 13 bigs. And Irol with the queen jack off suit from the small blind. Does have a hand that will have a lot of equity. However, I feel like this is a touch too much to be calling. 9.3 more if we are going to play our hand this way, I feel like we are better off just shoving initially from the small blind into the big blind. We do see top pair for Iril on the flop, but the Kings dominating and are now a 4-1 favourite on the turn. We do see Real Poker Fool in the house. Hello and welcome. Kings taking that one down. So we are at the tail end of the summer. 400k total in this prize pool. 53,500 euro for the eventual champion. $1,807 entries. With an average stack of around 30 big blinds at the moment. We see the King 6 just shoving from the button. Does take down the blinds and antes. Small blind, by the way, is 10k. Big blind is 20k with a 20k running big blind ante. We do see 5-way. 6 players involved here. Super Guy is all in for 8.3 bigs with Queen 10 off suit. Limping is contagious. We see Tan with 7-5 offsuit, Cindy with Queen 10. The Ace Queen bumping it up and calling the 165 total. So Super Dry is all in and at risk. 430k in the middle. And the flop is King 7 3. 10 needed and a 10 only right now. It is the 6 of clubs on the turn. Nine of clubs on the river. It's actually an 8. And we are going to lose a player. Super Dry has bust in 121st place. And we just see the 8 6 of diamonds taking down lines and antes. Hello, Bird. Bird has dropped by to say hi. Hope you're keeping well. Bird, Cindy is going to raise to 3.5x off sub 30 bigs to start the hand. 772k is the current average stack, close to 40 big blinds. Just a testament to how great these structures are. We see Win getting it all in for 7.3 bigs. Standard shove around to the big blind. Thomas getting out of the way. We do have the payouts. Thank you so much, Richie and Bird. Current payout is €600. This is a €250 buy-in. If you're just tuning in on this lovely Sunday evening, you are watching day 2 of the Dutch Classics main event live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Close to 2,000 entries, 1,807. So we have Nene or Nini. Not quite Nana. We've the Netherlands, Montenegro, Germany, France, Turkey, all being represented at this feature table. Trips for Nini. Rini bets 25k. Quarter pot on the turn. Thomas calls with the queen 8. We're seeing a lot of family pots here in the opening orbit. We're on the second orbit now. And as I said, limping is contagious. $50k bet and $50k call. Don Cologne saying something way better than what I... Limping is pimping. Oh, I love it. Nice to have you with us. 62 bigs is your table captain. And Bastian in second place with 46. Cindy with 31. Errol with 27. Erwin with 25. Nini with 24. Ferenc with 23. Thomas with 12. And Tan Win still with 10 big blinds. And as always, if you are new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow, whether it's YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. It would mean the world to me and indeed the Kings Resort production team and everyone else that's involved. He's back getting whipped for 10 bigs under the gun. 113 players remaining now. Limping is pimping, by the way, Don Cologne. You can do a lot with the limp. See it more and more, especially on GG and the like. Limping was out of fashion, was in fashion, went out of fashion again, and now it's 2025. Limping is definitely back. It's contagious and outrageous. The thing about the limp, about being contagious, is it causes mayhem down the road. People overplay their hands so much in limp pots. I, for one, have been guilty of going gusto in a limp pot. And my very good friend Alan Finn says that's the golden rule. Never ever go broke in a limp pot. I don't know if that's my nugget of wisdom for today, but it needs an honourable mention. Meanwhile, this hand needs an honourable mention. Erwin is all in over the top. Thomas in the bin here, really, facing two all in. The juicy guys overcall here, hoping for the best, preparing for the worst. But Thomas not even suited, facing significant action behind him, will let the ace queen offsuit go. We do see the all in and the call, and it's not good news for Can with the ace jack suited. Erwin with ace king. It is jack 10 3. Fantastic start here for the ace jack. 440 in the middle. Turn is the three of clubs, and now a queen or a king required on this river. But it is another jack. And getting the full double up to 22 big blinds. Thomas is going to essentially move all in for 10 bigs from the hijack with King 9 of hearts. And he will take down the blinds and antes uncontested. Nice pickup for him. We see some action taking place here at Nini with the Jabracadas. J squared raised to 45k and Thomas is all in over the top for 14 big blinds total with the ace queen off suit. And there's no way the money isn't going in here. If the roles were reversed and it was Nini with ace queen off suit, you can sometimes find a fold against a nittier opponent. However, jacks is just going to be too much hand, and off to the races we are going to go. Don Cologne seems to agree with me. Says what he is waiting. Perhaps there is a pay jump. It is for a considerable portion of his remaining stack. We have seen some crazy, outrageous folds at kings this year, especially in the last few events. So anything is possible, but one would imagine with a hand as strong as jacks, when we've raised under the gun, it's not ideal when Thomas shoves 14 bigs, but we just have to call. And he does eventually call. We can see 111 players remaining, so there is no pay jump to be worrying about at all. And it is ace, 9, 9. That's not great for the jacks. Thomas with top pair. With queen kicker, turn is a 5. Needs an emergency jack, but it doesn't arrive. And not much has changed on that leaderboard. Apart from the jacks losing a considerable portion of the remaining stack. Earl raises to 45k with the ace jack off suit. And Bastian with the jack 10 out flopping the ace jack on the 10-5-3 2 diamond board. And Errol is going to bet. Got a lot of backdoors that can work in his favour. Will get some auto folds from the big blind, and he will have range advantage on this board. That ace of diamonds, a nice card to have as well. Can continue firing. This is a turn card. You want to continue firing on the majority of the time. You can get a 5 to fold, you can get a 3 to fold, you can get some weak 10x to fold, maybe even a flush draw, a straight draw. Bastian is in a very difficult spot because he does have a decent enough kicker with his 10, but it's not this barrel that's the problem. It's when our opponent bets 200 with 270 behind, we have to be thinking they are going to be jamming on the river the majority of the time, and therefore, if we are calling and going to be folding on the river, we're better off just folding on the turn and save ourselves some chips. If we call on the turn, we have to put our cape on some rivers because we've invested too much of our opponent's stack. If you're going to call 200 and it's just 270 behind, we better have an intention for the river. Otherwise, we are just burning chips. ECW King is in the house. What's up, ECW King? This is the Dutch Classics with Action Man Dan. AMD. Let's go. Well said, buddy. A man that needs no introduction, but gets an introduction every single goddamn time. Average stack almost 42 big blinds now. 108 players remaining. This is a very large raise from Cindy. And as you all know, if you are a fan of this channel, I don't like these chunky raise sizes pre. 4.3 bigs is overkill. Overkill to the point where Thomas should just be mucking a hand as strong as ace-9 suited, but he is going to call. So Cindy, the lady with two ladies in her hand, has been outflopped on the ace-6-4. Goes check, check. Turn is the 6 of hearts. Great card for Thomas. Now has no flush draw. Now has a full house with the 6 of clubs arriving on the river. And the way this is played out now, Thomas wants to go for a large-ish sizing. Wants to get called by a hand like the one Cindy has. Maybe a hand like jacks, 10s, 9s, 8s. I was going to say I'd like to see him bet somewhere around 3/4 pot. He goes for almost full pot. And that's really well played by Thomas. Pretty much getting max value on that river. Don Colon says range split is the worst thing you can make. We do see Errol betting 40k here on the turn, trying to protect his pair of deuces. Tan picking up a lot of equity on the 10 of hearts. And Earl winning pretty nice pot considering he had 5th pair on the board. Janet's in the house says, hey bird. And we do see the all-in and call. The rejam is for 8.2 bigs, and our chip leader at this feature is going to be priced in with the King Jack of Hearts, 470 in the middle. Queen 10-4 is the flop. Open-ended now for the big stack at this feature. Nini still very much ahead until we see the turn. The ace of diamonds. But it is going to be a chop it up scenario. Jack of clubs arriving on the river. All the time is in the house. What's up all the time? Nice to have you with us. $103 players remaining. Bastian with the aces. Wilman raise. Blinds have gone up, by the way. 10k is now the small blind. 25k is the big blind. With a 25k running big blind ante. That's 10, 25, 25. Bastian will take down the blinds and antes. Now playing 33 big blinds. Set for Ural. Baron Tatsi betting 65k. The original razor from under the gun. We'll have a lot of hands on this board. And Ural is just going to smooth call. That's a dangerous card for Baron. Top pair now. And will surely think he has turned the best hand. That river, the 9 of clubs, does complete the flush, does pair the board. But Baron, because he has the ace of clubs, gonna think he still has the best hand the majority of the time. Does go into check call mode. Will see the bad news. And that's a really nice pot for the ladies. Now playing 1.465 million, almost 60 big blinds. Thomas min raising with ace queen off suit and Tan with ace king with 10 bigs. This is going to be a standard rejam and a standard call for this stack depth, depending on what happens with the remaining players still to act. Thomas will call. It is 8-6 deuce, and we're going to be down to 100 players. Unless we see a lady for Thomas. Turn is a 4. Oh, he gets there on the river. Tan was set to double up to 560k. Was the at-risk player with the dominating hand. But always a surprise around the corner at Kings. The lady of the night arriving just in the nick of time. And 100 players remaining now. And the very next hand, we have another all-in call. This is the Dutch Classics. Rapid, volatile, fast-paced action has been provided so far tonight. The Dutch Classics, one of my favorite events. 8-4-3 is the flop. Nini with the jacks, Erwin with the ace, jack of hearts. $375 in this pot. Erwin needing an ace. Turn is a queen. River is the 10 of clubs. Erwin Wilkins cannot get there. Unlucky Erwin. And we now have under 100 players remaining as KML is in the house. Always great when we see the infamous KML arrive to say hello. What's up, buddy? How we doing? What gossip have you got with us or got for us? Any stories? Entertain me. Altar Race is in the house. What's up, buddy? With 370 in the pot here. Earl raising from under the gun. Tens just deciding to call pre, by the way. And I just think we want to get our hand in pre, even if we are on the button. I believe he had somewhere in the region of 20 bigs to start the hand. Even though we are against an under the gun open, he is one of the bigger stacks at the table. I can make an argument for just calling on the button with 6s, 7s, 8s, maybe even 9s. But 10s, I think we want to think about trying to get our stack in at that point, those 9s, 10s, and jacks. And as I always say, it's very player dependent. The orange chips are 5k, the green chips are 25k, and the white chips are 100k a pop. Meany now has decent portion of his stack in the middle and doesn't really know where he's at on the 3 ace 9 8 board. This would be a fairly remarkable call, but without a heart in our hand and just pocket 10s, gonna have to let our hand go. We even block some of the draws that might shove the turn. Yes, Earl doesn't have an ace. He has got one of those hands that wants to continue firing. Good shot, straight draw, raising from under the gun, picking up equity, and getting the better hand to fold. KM says, too many. Some people gone broke, others did great in Vegas, the usual. I'm sure you heard or saw Bohovic at the WSOP main FT. I spent the entire last week watching nearly every bit of the World Series of Poker main event. Brushing up on my comms. I was just very interested to see. And I thought Bohovic played very well for the most part. Couple of spazzy spots he got himself involved in that perhaps could have been avoided. But he went out on his shield. Was very much rooting for him and was ecstatic to see his face pop up with a few tables remaining. When you think about how much he rose to fame here last year, KML, we didn't really know too much about him, say, 18 months ago, maybe 2 years. And then obviously he got that huge score in the World Series of Poker Europe main event. By the way, what an incredible accomplishment. He final tabled the World Series of Poker Europe and the World Series of Poker main event in the same year. Not the same calendar year, but within 12 months of each other. And he did get third place. I was talking to my friend. I was like, this guy has made an extra 4 or 5 million. Well, at least 3 million extra just by folding. He's in Fedor Holds' stable. Well, there you have it. The proof's in the pudding. It all makes sense now. The 9-3, taking that one down. And Erol just going to 3-bet to 310k from the small blind. Expected to see him just call the majority of the time, but when Nini has sub 15 bigs to start the hand, we are just going to put the foot on the gas and play for it all. Nini just going to have far too strong of a hand to consider folding in this exact dynamic. Whoa! No! You can't! You're not serious. Oh, whoa. If we are going to raise fold a hand as strong as ace queen in that exact scenario, I would prefer to just straight up jam ourselves, take the rejam away from our opponents. I just thought he was posturing. Did not expect to see him fold. Bit perplexed by that one. Royal Probe agrees. 10 big blinds with ace queen. What is he waiting for? KM says, I prefer not to speak. If I speak, I'm in trouble. How the hell do you think I feel? I am the class clown. The troublemaker. The rabble rouser. The resident wrecking ball. The kind of geezer who skips class and gets detention. So we see a raise here from the hijack. I would prefer to see Thomas 3-bet this one when he has over 40 big blinds. The ace-5 suited, just a lovely combination to put in our 3-bet folding range. Does decide to just call in position, and that brings Enrico along in the big blind with Jack 10 of hearts. The flop is 10-8-4. Thomas coming up short. Enrico with top pair. And Bastian does have a good shot straight draw. However, he doesn't have any spades. So we will see him pass. Enrico deciding to lead, by the way, into 2 players. Royal Probe wants to see Jack 10 suited shove pre. I think he just has too much chips to be shoving pre. It is a very strong hand. I do agree. Sometimes it's an awesome combination to shove all in, but for that price, I just want to see a flop. Oh, he had 20 big blinds to start the hand, not 25. Well, that is a little bit different. I just personally think there are better ways to make money and add chips to your stack in tournaments like this with under 100 players remaining. And therefore, I would prefer to just call. If you're against tougher opposition, by all means, you could shove 20 big blinds profitably with the Jack 10 suited. It's going to be profitable, but that does not mean that it's going to be optimal. Mert, Earpack, min raising with the ace king off suit. Pay jump has been reached, by the way. €750 is now the current payout. Ferenc Horvat calls with the deuces in the big blind, hoping for a little ducky. And what a flop this is for Ferenc. Carlsberg don't do flops, but if they did, it would be ace, king, deuce when your opponent flops top two and you flop a little ducky to go with your two little duckies. Three duckies went quack, quack. Mert's going to bet 40k, and there's no way Mert doesn't lose nearly all of his stack here. France just decides to shove 12 bigs. I would have preferred to see Ferenc just call when we have the deck this crushed. But it doesn't really matter because any ace is going to call anyway, and some combo draws, etc. So the money does go in. 725 out there. Mert is going to be left with 6.6 bigs unless he spikes an ace or a king. Turn is the 10 of spades, and Ferenc now has a flush draw as well. Just one out remaining in the deck, it looks like. 10 of hearts on the river. Nothing Mert Earpack can do there. And Ferenc licking his chops. Scoops the booty and gets a very, very nice double up. Dini raising from under the gun +1 with King 10 of clubs. And Irol calling from the hijack with Queen Jack off suit. Usually prefer to be suited to be calling this combo. But with this amount of chips, it's probably fine. However, when Nini raises off such a small stack, alarm bells are ringing. It is Ferenc picking up the monstrous Ace King of Hearts in the small blind, 3-betting to 125 total. I don't think this is the worst raise fold from Nini, by the way. Off just over 10 bigs. I think when we are suited with the King 10, we just want to jam because we've so much equity. If we had like 11, 12, maybe even 13 bigs, I prefer the min raise. And Errol feels like Errol, I believe his name is going to be committed here for 75k more. Errol will call. 3 spades on board, 5-3 deuce, giving Errol flush draw. Ferenc not loving this flop, to say the least. He is going to bet. If we're Errol, we don't love calling here with just the Queen of Spades. But for this price, do we see a turn card? No, just decides to let it go. Two ways of looking at that. You're getting a great price to see the turn, but you might hit your flush and still not be good against the King of Spades or an Ace of Spades. So just decides to let it go right here, right now. A lot of players would see the turn card on that occasion. Don Colon says, we see everything you should not do. Limping, range split with per raise, 4.3 big blinds. Donk betting on boards, you have 100% checking range. Good thing is it can only get better. Just like your spelling, Don Colon. You got to remember, this is poker is fun for everyone. It's a €250 buy-in, generating a massive prize pool for the Dutch Classics. You're going to have a lot of fun players, recreationals, just want to have a great time playing the game at Kings. So let's not be too harsh. Yes, we do see some crazy players for sure. That's the King's Resort for you. A mixed bag. PM says he's seen this episode before. Me too, buddy. That Ace King, by the way, making a very small 3-bet to 125. The reason behind that is because the initial opener only has 10 bigs to start the hand. If the initial opener had more chips, we're probably going to make it a larger sizing. Having said that, with the player to act behind one of the chip leaders at this feature with the Queen Jack in that exact scenario, I would like to see a 3-bet to somewhere in the region of about 7 big blinds. Errol making it 65 to go with pocket tens. Richie says there's a pay jump. There is indeed. We reached that a few hands ago. 87 players remaining now. Bastian calling in the big with Queen 9 off suit. Not a great flop for the Queen 9. Flopping top pair. Facing a 90k bet from the over pair. It's 25 bigs total. The go-to move is just a call here. Perhaps he wants to raise, see where he's at. Deny equity. It is under the gun +1 against the big blind. Oh, whoa, he's just going to shove. Guys ain't messing around in the Dutch Classics. And Errol. This is a very easy call. He is asking for a count. Those call. This pot, 1.4 million. Turn is a 7. Queen or a 9 needed on the river. Overplaying his top pair, and it has cost him his tournament life. Bastien Billet bows out in 85th place, and 84 players remaining now. And Nini shoves 11 bigs. Well, they're getting it in either way. Thomas with the deuces. Ace 5-4 is the flop. Turn is the 9. Thomas still ahead as we hit the river. It is a king. The king of kings saves Nini, and he will double up. Drama bombs in the opening 2 hours here at the Dutch Classics main event. So much fast-paced action. I love it. Hope you're enjoying this show wherever you are tuning in from. Thomas still going to be playing over 30 bigs. Don Cologne says, wow, what a shove with top pair, medium kick over 25 big blinds from which hand he wants a call. Yeah, well said. He's trying to get a hand like Ace Jack, Ace King, Ace 10 to fold and not make his life too complicated on future streets. The risk to reward ratio in that situation, though, is just not worth it. Okay, always a surprise around the corner at Kings. It's like riding a bike, KM. You never forget. Enrico raises to 60k with pocket trees from under the gun +1. Enrico bets and Errol calls. Turns the 7 of diamonds, giving 2 pair to Errol. Whoa, whoa! So many woes out of me, and we're not even 40 hands in. Enrico just rips the lot. Bangs the hammer on the turn, 455 in his face. And Errol snaps him off, of course, with 2 pair. Enrico, an eager beaver. Needs a 3 and a 3 only. River is the 10 of spades. Not the kind of board you want to keep barreling on with the pocket trees there. Flush draw, straight draw. A lot of hands can just call you. I would way prefer to continue barreling on a dry ace-x type flop. With a polytone texture. KM asks, will I be attending the World Series of Poker Europe this year? I just booked my hotel. Woohoo! I can stay on your floor. I don't think that is going to happen. However, the universe tends to unfold as it should. I am sure after the last 2 years, I will be commentating some portion of the World Series of Poker Europe, but I do not have any details about that at this current time. Thank you for your question. And my question to you is, what events are you playing, KM? Mert is all in for 105, 3.5 big blinds total. Thomas has clicked it to 185k, so 6.2 bigs total. And the action is back on Ferenc, the initial opener. With ace-8 suited. Forced to fold. Thomas with Jack-9 suited. Mert with the King-Jack offsuit. Seven deuce deuce, turn is the 5 of spades. The river is the 10 of hearts. Thomas down to 650. Big double up there, considering he only had 3.5 big blinds. Chalk it down. And we've got action here because Irwin has gone all in over the top of Cindy. They don't be messing around in the Dutch Classics. A7 wanting to gamble. Cindy did only have 4 big blinds, to be fair. But Irwin had to worry about the initial opener. Irwin does have A7. Cindy all in for her tournament life. Nearly 40% equity with the Queen Jack off suit. It is King Jack Deuce. 6. And the river is not an ace. Cindy, great to see a lady still remaining in this event. Gets a really nice double up to 11 big blinds. On the ace 10-4, we see Ferenc checking with the King Jack. Errol betting 80k. And he will take that one down. Don Cologne says Earl only has to collect the gifts from the opponent's easy game. He is playing over 100 big blinds, which is unbelievable in the Dutch Classics with less than 80 players remaining now. KM says everything pretty much, skipping the bounty event at the start, starting with the PLO, then everything until the main. I love this. Then if my missus hasn't left me at that stage, I will stay for the main as well. Look at you, big spender. It's like the missus leaves you, but you win the main. And you're asked, was it worth it? And you go, totally. I'm sure if you win the main and she's left you, you'll be able to win her back. Surely at that point. Honey, I just won 1.5 million, honey. Cindy shoves from the hijack, 11 big blinds, king 10 off suit. I think there was in Scary Movie where there was like, he's like, come on in, Cindy. Maybe I'm just losing the plot. Pretty sure one of the main characters in Scream was Cindy. Or some sort of horror movie. Moving on. Cindy did get a very nice double up to 11 bigs. Does make a standard enough shove here in the hijack. With the king 10 offsuit around to the small blind. Surprised to see sixes go into the muck. Don Cologne says for 8 big blinds, you have normally not the time to wait for something better than sixes. You really don't. Once you have sixes, it's no longer a small pair. It's now a middle pair. Not gonna lie, guys are looking tired out there. It is fast approaching 11 p.m. at Kings. They will have been playing for many days on end. We have had some exhilarating events over the last couple of months at Kings. But this one certainly not going to disappoint. It's just funny because I've been watching the GAA, the Ireland hurling finals. Don't know how many of you are familiar with hurling out there, but it's one of the fastest games in the world that's played with a ball. And you watch the speed and how fast the action is. And then a few hours later, you're commentating on poker. It's quite the difference. And Baron Tatsi is just going to shove 16 bigs from the button with the 10-9 offsuit. And I'm not a fan. There's just no need to do this. We're not even suited. .78 players remaining now. No pay jump in sight to worry about. Average stack is 1.15 million. Average stack of this one's just going to be between 35 and 40 bigs, I would imagine, for the foreseeable. We do see the rejam from the King Queen offsuit. And Adrian is going to call. With 13 bigs to start the hand, by the way, I would just be more inclined to rip these small to middling pairs. Not quite a small pair, as I just said. Those 6s, 7s, and 8s are those middling pairs. Ace 10 Jack and Earl. The rich are about to get richer. Earl is the runaway bride at this feature. Errol now playing 123 big blinds. Ten four deuce is the flop. And Errol's just going to bet enough to put Barantatsi all in. No messing around here at this table. This is such a huge jam. Just says, in the words of Wilka Soof, if you've got it, you've got it. I don't think the ace queen can call off here, even though it looks like Errol has some form of a combo draw that does not want to see a turn or a river cheaply. Welcome, Janet. I hope you're keeping well. 72 players remaining now. We see Ferenc raising from the hijack with the queen 10 off suit. Down to the big blind for Thomas, who has pretty easy defend with the king 7 suited. That is over 40 big blinds now, and we have a couple of hands left before the break. Mert Earpack shoves from the hijack with Jack 10 suited. Nini with pocket sixes. Six is going to be a bit too good to fold, I think, from a hijack shove for sub 10 bigs. Yes, it is about half of our remaining stack or more. However, like I've been talking about, it's not a small pair. It's not deuces, threes, fours, or fives. We have to draw the line at our calling range at some point, and sixes seems like a good place to start. Yes, Richie, lots of sixes today. Perhaps the devil is in our midst. And another lady still in the field, Shenda Lee. So 3 hands remaining before our first break of the evening. And E-roll really bullying now at this point. Queen 10 suited, a very nice rejammable hand, but it's not his first time to do the rejam, is it, folks? Thomas with just Jack 8 suited. Nice opening hand, but I don't think we can be withstanding the pressure of an all-in. If we have identified that Earl has a propensity to be rejamming, especially with all those chips, we might start flicking in a limp with these kind of hands. This is the last hand before the break. Cut off against the hijack, against the big blind. Thomas, the initial opener. And Earl making a very wide call, it has to be said here, with just King Deuce, albeit suited. France in the big blind with Ace-7 of diamonds. And that is going to be the end of that. We are going on a break, folks, for the guts of 15 minutes. What an opening. 2 hours and 42 minutes it's been from the Dutch Classics. As predicted, it has not disappointed. Action, action, action. Errol is the runaway bride, but a lot can happen. Still a long, long way to go. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
I love that the little graphic lights up on the bottom right.
Yeah.
Somebody's turn to act.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Outstanding observation, Jeff.
Thank you. Kruger, 2 queens.
Ladies.
Vidal with the 8s, and we know he likes to see some flops.
I wanted revenge. Why?
Oh.
Sees a flop of 7-5-4.
This is a problem for the jacket man. In his mind, it's an overpair and a gut shot straight draw. Could just be all of it. Who knows? Let's see. Discipline, just call. Oh.
And turns a straight.
Yahtzee.
Kruger checks back quickly. More than 22K in the pot. How much here? It's like 16.
Oh, it's such a gross spot for Kruger. Overcalled pre-flop. This type of texture. Calls you on the flop. Check, check, turn, and now you're facing a 16K bet. What is the bluff? Like missed ace-X of hearts? Can't be ace-queen of hearts. We have that. It's got to be exactly like ace-jack, ace-king. Seems like ace-king suited you would have heard from again, pre.
You bluff me?
Yeah, to your point, hard to find too many bluffs.
Excellent fold.
Let's go of the queens correctly.
It was rebuy time.
That's it.
Thank you.
Put up as many graphics for us as he wants. Vidal finished 5th here at the 25K GG Millions.
It'd be great if he went back to another graphic momentarily that just says, Jeff Platt is an asshole.
988. Open ender for Shields. Jacks are best.
Nice to see Apocalypse still with us in the chat, by the way.
Oh, yeah. What's he have to say?
He's just letting everyone, a lot of qualifiers from Kings. Also informing folks that there's another Twitch stream.
There is.
Yes.
But it's the exact same stream.
Same one.
But, yeah, watch us wherever you want.
Doesn't matter to us. But if you are here with us on YouTube, on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel, click that thumbs up, the like.
Do the same on all the Kings channels, too.
Back to the tank we go.
Anthony says, bro, get this tanker off the table. Is there going to be a world someday in which somebody's taking too long and it's just, boom, you're gone?
It's the young heroes don't help themselves in these instances. They get targeted for this.
Right. The reputation is that. Of course, it doesn't mean every young European player tanks.
No, but it doesn't help when it's actually happening right here during the main event at this feature table. Americans are just as guilty.
Oh, so true. I don't really think Shields has been that bad. Anyway.
He really hasn't been that bad. Yeah. Going for a big bluff, stepping into it, though. Kruger cannot fold this hand. I don't think. It's an under-the-gun open. You've got 2 jacks. If you've got an 8, bless you. If you've got queens plus, pay him the money. really giving it some thought. Maybe worried about nines full.
Folded queens correctly. Can he call with jacks correctly? To your point, just not many eights exist. There is that call. Kruger will show down the winner to drag a pot of 63K.
Glad I didn't have tens.
There's nothing. What you want? I have pocket kings.
No, 6-4-3.
He was almost calling for a chop. That guy. I don't care.
There's no.
He has to call.
I find it hard to
Not
believe.
me.
I find it hard to believe he had an 8.
He didn't have an eight.
Never
No, he
never has
he
an
was
eight.
such a bitch. There's no way he's folding an 8.
Only he have eight. The first guy. But if you have it, the first guy didn't have an eight.
That guy
With the
didn't.
10K? What? With the 10K.
Look at
you mean?
Madani. Under the gun open to 1600, and he's just calling with queen 5 suited.
The man does not like to fold. You pointed this out like in the second hand.
I could just tell some players are like this, man. Any two will do.
I don't know. That'd be sick.
I don't believe him.
I'm thinking in my head. I'm like,
You think
There's
I
no-
have eight?
no. In my head, I'm thinking, no way.
you have eight.
No, in my head, I'm thinking, there's no way this guy had floated 9-8 suited, right? I'm like,
I
this
thought it
guy
was
is
6
sick.
for deuce with 2 spades.
No, it wasn't. It was rainbow.
No, I
for
have
sure.
pocket kings. And you got mad that it was a straight on the board, so you went all in? Yeah.
These fucking fish.
Ace, queen, deuce, top 2 for Neverlinen.
I can't fathom Madani going anywhere. He's got middle pair, backdoor spades, little potential with the wheel, and he never folds, so he's in. Here
It
comes
does turn a flush draw.
this. Oh, this
19K behind.
could be a dirty one. This guy is something else.
I don't know what made me think. You see his time. You ever see the movie with Justin Timberlake, where like the society they get paid with time? You know what I'm talking about or no?
No.
So they work and there's no money. Their money is time. So they go like they work their job, and at the end of the week like they get like time added on. It was a sick movie with Justin Timberlake. You know who Justin Timberlake is or no? Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, but
movie,
this
actually.
is old movie, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you finish the time,
Yeah, you're dead.
Yeah, I know the movie.
And then he's like he played a poker game, remember, with one of the people and for like a lot of time and he won. Yeah.
I remember.
In one scene he's playing poker with a
Is
fish.
he thinking about just ripping it?
I think so, and he does. Neverlinen happy to snap it off, and here we go.
Second left, Justin Timberlake, and he wins the huge hand at the end. Sick.
Don't mean to disrupt the runner talk from Palma. Great film, Timberlake, Affleck. Madani looks to get up to almost 50K. Needs some help, though.
6 of spades.
Come on.
Yeah. 07.
Cooler.
River is a queen.
Good game.
The case queen means it's queen's full. For Neverlinen means it's good game to Madani. Hey, the effort was there.
Full house.
I played them all.
I don't know, you are the professional.
Ooh, 2 kings.
And just quickly calling does not put in the 3-bet.
Shahar in there with the 7s. Suarez calls 8-5.
No, American under the gun. Well, you have these other two. I don't know, but you have a little something.
Ace 5-3. Palm out, flops Mufasa.
Just going to start betting right away. Could have gone check as well and just sort of pot control remain under reps, but this may thin the herd. Maybe Shahar comes along. 7 of diamonds in hand. Yeah.
Does make the call.
Suarez, a little taste. Bottom pair. Well, middle pair. If we believe the 5 and the 8 are clean.
That's a call?
Being laid a price to peel. Oh. Or
Whoa.
just shoot it up.
To 7K.
Did not see this one coming. This is quite fascinating. Perhaps having the 5 of diamonds in his hand feels he can get a bit creative. Able to represent a hand like 5x of diamonds later on down the road. If a diamond were to present itself and gets the best hand to fold at the moment, now can he get 7s out? Wow.
Yes, he can. Bravo, Anton Suarez. Going to work with the 8-5. Getting a
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. We see Irwin here all in for 4.1 bigs with pocket queens. 70 players remaining now in the Dutch Classics main event. Earl raising to 100k. Calls the additional 65. We are all in and call. Irwin a 4-1 favourite. With his ace-king tree. Turn is a tree of spades, and it needs to be an 8 on the river, but it does not arrive. No skin off Earl's nose. He's still playing over 100 bigs. No skin off his back. Whatever your expression may be, hope you're all feeling well out there. I don't normally drink caffeine at this hour of the night, but I did just get a large glass of Coke with some ice. Was awake very early this morning, 6 or 7 a.m. And you want to have a bit of a buzz about you for the Dutch Classics. These guys don't quit at half-time, and they are more than willing to get their chips in the middle, more so than most events. So if you're tuning in this late hour of the day, fast approaching midnight, you're watching the Dutch Classics main event live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. This is day 2. Hope you can all hear me loud and clear. Bert says Johan is on his way back from King's. Heard he has his tail between his legs, not a penny left in his pockets. I am here. Chili Dog, thank you. Never fear, Action Man Dan is back and here. Let's go. And this one is developing quite quickly. Meanie with the ace-queen, Earl with the ace-king. And it's Cindy who's all in for her tournament life for her last 6.5 big blinds. 69 players remaining now. No pay jump in sight. So Earl is the initial opener. Cindy wants to gamble for her last 6.5 bigs with Queen Jack at diamonds. One of the sexiest, prettiest hands in the deck to spin and win. Onini faced with a difficult decision for his tournament life because he is sub 10 big blinds to start the hand. Does make a disciplined laydown, and it is the correct decision on this occasion. It is 3 deuce 10 9. Not a great flop for Cindy. Does pick up additional outs on the turn. 620 in the pot as we hit the river. It is a little ducky. And then we are going to say goodbye to Cindy Ramp. And Baron Tatsy will take that one down with the ace-9 suited. So with the blinds at 20, 40, 40, Irwin is shoving over the top here. Blind v blind with the ace-6 offsuit and Earl with the jack-9. When we have this much chips and our opponent in the big blind has in or around 10 bigs to start the hand, we just want to start shoving these combos. It plays fine as a limp. I would way prefer to limp this with 12, 13, 14, 15 bigs. That 11, 10, 9 territory, when I have well over 100 bigs, we can still lose this and still have 100 big blinds. I would just prefer to shove the jack-9. He listened to you, Dan. He limp shoved. Well, I'm glad someone's listening to me. Sometimes it is like talking to the wall. Great to hear that you're listening out there. Is there anybody out there? All I need now is a whistle. Anyone alive out there? Anyone at all? That is a reference from the Titanic. The one movie that pretty much every person on Earth has had to have heard about at some point. Biz all in and call. And Mertz shoving his last 6 biggins under the gun with the ace-5 offsuit. With his jack-jack-5. Baron Tatsi in great shape here with his ace-queen as we hit the turn. Turn is the jack of spades. River is the deuce of clubs. Mert with the full house. I think it's more Mert than Mert. In Ireland, if your name is Martin, we would call you Mert, but this seems very much like a Mert. A Mert ear pack. Baron Tatsi, by the way, losing a chunk of his remaining stack. We do have jacks all in against the queen 10 offsuit. There's 3, 6, deuce, 7. The river is a 5. We lose. Baron Tatsi. Unlucky, sir. Good game. Brent raises to 85k with the ace jack of diamonds with 65 players remaining now. Grant taking that one down to the free bet on the ace king 5. $7.3 bigs on the button for Nini. The king 4 off suit. This is not an ideal shove. There was 64 remaining. Sub 10 bigs. Even though we're not suited, we want to be shoving this one the majority of the time, depending on who's in the blind. Just decide to let it go. You can pretty much shove any king there on the button for 7.5 or 8 bigs. Get rid of the king deuce offsuit, the king 3. King 4 offsuit is where we start to make a stand. King 5 offsuit. But you want to be shoving for sure. $16 bigs for Chandali. Who has $23,742 in tournament live cashes. I think I've seen her somewhere before. We'll decide to open this one on the button, getting re-jammed from Thomas with a 5 suited from the small blind. That's a nice pickup for the ace 5 suited uncontested. Earl with nearly 120 big blinds now, commanding at this feature table. Everything has gone his way so far. Still a long way to go. 63 players remaining now. Irwin with the re-jam. The ace-jack off suit. And Earl is going to make the call for sub 10 bigs. He can well and truly afford it. 5-7 deuce 3. Needs a queen or an 8, or Irwin is going to double up to 820k. Oh, it's a lady. Hello. And we lose another player. The rich get richer. He's now playing over 5 million in chips. Incredible. And Richie says, Dan, your comments are 5 seconds too late. We saw the queen 5 seconds earlier than you. I have refreshed the page. Richie, I don't know if that's after helping the situation. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. And have a pleasant flight. 410k in the pot on the king, 4-10 ace deuce. Thomas with ace queen. And Earl with 2 pair. Thomas is going to think he has the best hand here the majority of the time. Earl might just call this though. There are a lot of hands. Actually, the more I think about it, it just has 11 big blinds back. There are a lot of missed draws out there. No, he's just slamming it in. speed at which he has raised all in, he looks so calm and collected. It seems to me like he has to have a nutted hand. What do you think about this one in the chat? You can tell me 5 seconds before I say it because I'm 5 seconds ahead. Oh no, I'm 5 seconds behind. You'll be able to tell me and then hear 5 seconds later. The speed at which Errol has done this doesn't indicate to me that he's bluffing too often. Therefore, although it really pains me to say it, and for Thomas, agonising decision, I think we only need a bluff at this point. Of course, there's busted clubs and busted hearts, but he's never doing this with a hand that we can beat for value here with ace queen. I just don't see it. But you also have to think about this. Earl has won pretty much every hand he's played, and at some point you have to take a stand and call in certain situations. I just think Earl looks so calm and confident here, with body language indicating a lot of strength, in my opinion. And therefore, Thomas is going to make a very agonizing fold, but it is going to be the correct one on this occasion. Would you fold ace queen in this situation? Let me know in the chat. All vote now. And if I am still on a 5 second delay, be sure to let me know also. Thank you. What can Thomas beat here? He can beat bluffs, of course. How many bluffs does Earl have when he shoves that quickly over a 200k bet on the river? W King wants him to talk him into it. Goes to get away from it eventually. Earl has put Thomas out of his misery and shown him the true pair. This is insane. Earl Dragoon has 139 big blinds, and the closest to him is Krista Van Berkel with 32, then Marcel Smart with 32, Brent Horvat with 16, Senda Lee with 14, Thomas Frederick with 11, Mert clear pack at 11, and Nini with 7. Queens for Nini. Queens against the King Jack. 640k in the pot. It is 6-4 Jack. Oh, wow. Turn is another Jack, but it gives Nini a club draw now. Very interesting turn card. 8 outs in the deck can save Nini as we hit the river. And he gets there. 10 of clubs rolls off. Earl takes down another one. Surprise, surprise. That flop favouring him with his jack 8 of clubs on the 5-7 deuce. The ace queen going into the muck. And re-raised Chili Dog says he showed them. Wow, didn't think he would show it again. He is fond of showing cards. 59 players remaining now. ECW King thinks he's a stud showing his cards. Blinds are now 25k, 50k, 50k, 58 players remaining now. ECW King says, when you see someone in that much pain folding, it's a nice thing to do, Tan. Nice guys finish last. It's better to kill them with kindness. A slap at the base, man. A slap at the base, man. We are a few eliminations away from a pay jump from €750 to €1,000. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we have all in and call. Thomas with King Queen, Earl with Queen Jack. I mean, the man just doesn't seem to lose hands. So good luck, even though you're dominating going in. Let's see what happens. 730k in the pot. Yeah. It is King, 3, Deuce. Well, that's pretty definitive, isn't it? Average stack is 32 big blinds, 1.58 million. Turn is the 8 of diamonds, and that's going to be a double up for Thomas. King says we aren't all 6 grinders like you, and some of us still have a soul. Besides, it's good for your image as a chip leader to show you also have it sometimes and not only bluff. And Krista with the pocket eights, another lady still remaining in the event. In this event, that's 3 now. I don't fully agree with that one, ECW King. It's one thing to show a bluff, but if you keep showing them that you have it, I just don't think it works out in your favor. And you want to keep them guessing. Show 1 card. Don't gotta show 2. That ace queen fold could make him play a hand very badly going forward in the following orbit, because he has been startled. He's not really sure if he made the right decision. When you show them that they have made the right decision, you are just giving them positive reinforcement. Like petting a dog. Good boy, well done. And so on and so forth. And Chris is going to take that one down on the 9-7-7 jack. Burns gets out of the way, and Marcel will take that one down with king 6 off suit. He is all in for 7.3 big with a queen off suit, and Marcel on the button with king queen off suit, and the decision for about a third of a stack. This one is close enough. King queen suited, I would definitely be calling or rejamming. King queen off suit gets a little closer. Would be folding king jack off suit. Probably calling it king jack suited. Would be let that one slide. But I call getting the bad news. It's all in call with 8.55 in the middle. In great shape to double up here with the ace queen. They'll need the king of kings. Turns the 8 of spades. And with the river being an 8 of hearts, Nini gets the full double and is now playing identical stack to Marcel. Richie says he mistook the rule. Show one, show all. Says I gave one bully at my table and one orbit penalty. I showed one and folded my ace. He says show one, show all, and took my folded card and revealed it. I called the floor and he gave him an orbit penalty. He kept saying to the floor that I had to show them both. Well, Richie is going to say goodnight. It is a Sunday night. Thank you for your help, Richie, and I will see you tomorrow. 54 players remaining now. And Chile Jog says a big round of applause for Action Man Dan for calling the action. Well, we will have fun and we will keep the chat clean. Protect yourself at all times. If you want to touch gloves, do so now. Go back to your corner. Are you ready? Are you ready? Bring it on. Come on. Nini is putting Mert ear pack all in. Standard stuff here, folks. Button against the big blind. There is a pay jump of €250 between 54th place and 53rd place, and that is why you are seeing a necessary pause for the cause. And we do see the money go in. Nini in great shape here to double up. Turn is the 8 of clubs. Great card for Mert. River is the 10 of spades, and they are going to chop it up, boys. We do see the all-in from Mert for 8.7 bigs with ace-8 suited. It is Shenda Lee in the big blind, faced with an agonizing decision for more or less her tournament life, and she is going to flick it in. We'll get the bad news. Now this one, oh, it's very close. It's hard to fold a hand as strong as ace-4 suited facing a cut-off shove. You're never too far ahead with your ace-4 suited, but you're never too far behind. But she is on this occasion against the ace-8 and is queen 6-5, one club. Not a great start. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. Does give her a lot of additional outs. And the river is a 10. And they are going to chop it up. Hua! And Errol with a monster. He's got the ladies, and he's going to make it 120k to go. Earl with the ladies. Ferenc shoving 13 bigs. Renee in the middle of it all here with king 10 of clubs. Interesting call here by Renee off this stack depth with a lot of players to act behind. It is in middle position. No, I still just want to bin this king 10 suited. Incredible that Renee decides to call it off. Feeling like they're getting a great price here. Oh, wow. Ferenc just flops the world. Earl is finally going to lose a hand. And Renee calling that off against two players is just way too wild. He'll be left with 5.4 bigs. This won't hurt Earl too much. He was bound to lose a hand sooner or later, but it is a very bad beat against the ace queen of diamonds. 9-4 deuce ace king. Winner all right. Winner all right. 51 players remaining now. All players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €1,000. Earl catching it on the river there on the 3-5-5 king 10. Chenda shoves from the cutoff for 11 bigs with ace 3 off suit. That's a really nice pickup for her, considering she just lost a large portion of her stack with the ace 4 of spades confrontation against the ace 8 of clubs. So we see Earl min raising from the cutoff. Well, he's made it 120k, closer to 2.5x. France is going to call from the big blind with Queen 10 offsuit, and the flop is Ace 8-3, top pair for Earl. With 46 players remaining now, the average stack almost 2 million. And France picks up a double gutter here with the Queen 10. Doesn't have a diamond, but is going to bet 100k. Top 2 for Earl, who will quickly call. And we're off to the river with 515 in the middle. Wow. Wow! That King of Hearts giving France the nuts. Earl's going to lose a second hand in quick succession. I will be betting somewhere around 350. About 350. About 350. Well, he had to make a liar out of me in bet 375, but will get quickly called by Earl. And Earl now playing 80 big blinds, still playing 40 million, but has lost decent chunk of change in the last orbit or so. And Renee's all in for the last 3 big blinds with ace-4 offsuit. Nini calling the 150 from under the gun +1. Action back on the Queen Jack of Irol, who raised to 200k totals. A 3-way action to the flop, 670 in the middle. Is Jack 4 deuce. And Errol is out in the lead. Wow, just moving all in. Suppose it's about a pot size shove. Thought we might see him bet a little bit smaller, set up a turn jam. Much of a muchness. And Renee needing a lot of help to remain in this event as we hit the turn. Turn is the 10 of clubs. The river is the 7 of clubs. So we do lose another player. 45 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €1,000. And I will be back in just a moment. And we see Chenda Lee limp from the small blind with the 9-7 offsuit. And Thomas in the big blind just wants to be ripping this one sub 10 bigs to start the hand. 43 players remaining now. We are less than 20 eliminations away from the conclusion of day 2. Hope you're enjoying the show out there. It's past 1 a.m. at Kings. Blinds are now 30, 60, 60. 2.1 million is the average stack. Again, close to 40 big blinds. Mert Earpack shoves 6 blinds under the gun with 6-8 suited. I don't think this combo is going to be good enough to shove 6 bigs, by the way, with 8-6 suited. It looks prettier than it is. We could shove 9-8 suited, 10-9 suited. And not even 7-8 suited for 6 bigs. Now I'm just looking at a chart. We don't have charts for kings. You could shove a little bit wider. Krista does have the ace, queen of hearts. Not sure what you think about that one in the chat. Don't know who's still with me. It's all good. People have lives. It's Sunday night. Just wondering if you would shove that combination yourself. Jack 9-7 is the flop. An open ender for Mirt. Turn is the 4 diamonds. The ace queen looking good. Still a lot of outs to dodge as we hit the river. The river is the 4 of hearts, and we will lose Mirt Earpack. And Krista wins that one, and now playing 1.44 million. Testosterone says 1. Not sure what the 1 means. It takes 1 to know 1. Thomas essentially moving all in from under the gun with pocket sevens. I see Altar Ace saying, is Chili Dog back from vacation? He's gone to bed. You can take off if you need to, Bird. Don't feel that you have to hang around. .40 players remaining now. Guys, things are only heating up. We have a long action-packed day of poker tomorrow. Players are going to be tired. It is that hour of the night. A few hours to go yet, though. I don't mind telling you. Chandelier shoving from the small blind. Every time I see her name, I struggle to not say chandelier, and then that reminds me of that Sia song, and then I almost sing that Sia song, swinging from the chandelier, but it is chandelier. Thomas has a really nice hand, 10-8 of diamonds for 7 bigs. If he had more chips, this would be somewhat of a snap call, but when it is for 70% of his remaining stack, give or take, perhaps we have to just edge pass here, as much as it pains me to say it. Interesting to see what you think about that one in the chat. What's the minimum you are calling blind v blind? Oh, whoa. A lot of woes tonight. He does make the call, and it's a great hand to gamble with. But at Kings, with 40 players remaining in the Dutch Classics, I would want to be a pip or two stronger to be calling in this particular situation. It is King, Queen, 4. Top pair for Shenda. Turn is the 8 of spades. The river is the Jack of hearts, and Shenda gets the full double. Thomas, with a bit of scrambled egg on his face, is now playing 4.7 bigs. I say, only messing about the scrambled eggs on his face thing, but 10-8 of diamonds, he's made a great call. He's going to be ahead of a lot of hands there, and he's going to have really good equity against a lot of Shenda's shoving range from the small blind, if she is shoving correctly. I don't see myself folding 10-9 suited for what it's worth. 10-8 suited, it might just have to be in there. 10-7 suited, etc., etc. We can just kind of let go. I just don't know, though, in a tournament like this, such a good field, such a good structure. Do we just edge past there? I don't expect people to be wanting to talk strategy right now, but if you have some thoughts, let me know in the chat. Why not? Every day is a learning day and class is in session. Thank you for your attention on this matter. And jacks for Marcel. Marcel shoves the 10 bigs. 39 players remaining now. Marcel just shoving the full 10. Thomas in the small with the king 7 offsuit. Bird is out. Go on, get out of here. Thanks for joining us, Bird. And see you tomorrow. Thomas shoves 4.2 bigs. With the ace-10 offsuit. Prince with ace-9 suited in the big blind. We do see the all-in and call in Thomas. 3-1 favourite. That's a lot of equity here on the King 5-8. The turn is the club. And we are going to lose, Thomas. Very unlucky. Got it in good. What can you do? 38 players remaining now. $15 bigs for Chandali with the 10-9 suited. Just decides to let it go. Could have opted to min raise that one. Just decided against it. And Ferencz flopping trips with the ace queen. Turn card giving a pair to Earl. Bets 150k. Ferenc is just going to call. Continue to set the trap. Nini's getting a great price. Winning open ender. I thought he had 1.3 million. Didn't realize he was so short. That makes a hell of a lot more sense. And he's forced to let that one go, even though he picked up a lot of equity on the turn. That's a big fold. And we can see on this occasion it's the correct one. And he would not have got there. We see about a 500k. I do not believe this. We have Dan Fox in the chat. He says, hello chat, hello Dan. It's been a long time since I watched. How is everyone? I got so used to you chiming in every single week. I was getting worried about you there for a while, Dan Fox. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Hope you're keeping very well. And it is great to have you with us. You've tuned in on, I wouldn't say a dull or boring stream. It's just Sunday night. It's way past a lot of people's bedtime. And therefore, we're not firing on all cylinders like we would in the middle of a Monday afternoon. But you only get what you give. We've got jacks. I feel like this is a graphical error. Chendali is not all in for 14 bigs with 9-5 offsuit. I do not believe it. She's gone to call the 1-3-5 of Nini. Fantastic that we have two ladies remaining in this event, and they are both at our feature table. So Chendali has called the additional 75k, leaving herself with 12 big blinds behind. It is Krista who has the dominating hand here. The jacks on the queen 4 deuce. Now that's no help to Nini. Chenda has no interest in this one. And Nini is going to be out of here unless he can spike an ace. And the turn is an ace. And that's not great for Krista. Another one as well. To add insult to injury. And Nini now playing almost 8 bigs. Spin and win. Dan Fox says, I imagine if you're here, that means you're hearing Dan's most angelic voice. It's a symphony that even the greatest orchestras could never imagine. Pain. I'd rather have the ace hit on the turn than the river. Oh God, lol. Okay, Dan Fox, you are quite the character, as you know. But I have a question for you. What took you so long? Where have you been? What have you been doing? Have you been writing your next book, or did you just get out? Did you just get out of jail? Go fishing and forget to come back? Dan Fox says, work and life. I bought a new plot of land and been working with contractors building a new house. All right. And do you have a pig farm? I was told to be wary of any man that has a pig farm. Says work's been very busy. I have only been to the casino once in the past 3 months. It's depressing. I truly hope everything has been going well for you, Dan. Miss being here, but you got me till the stream ends or I go to bed. I'm just happy that you decided to tune back in. It's great to hear from you. People have lives. I'd just be worried about you with a plot of land. I hope you're not burying people on your
Hiding all the bodies. I'm only joking. Of course, that goes without saying. I wish you all the best building a new house. I don't like pigs. I don't even eat pork. Building a winter house to travel to for snowboarding and skiing, plus a place for my mom to retire. That is so cool, Dan Fox. Well, it's a Snatch reference. It's out of a movie by Guy Ritchie. I didn't just pluck that one out my arse. I'm more into steak and venison myself. Steak all day for me, he says. Yes, filet mignon is my go-to cut. Otherwise, New York strip is a good backup. Yeah, there's a massive shortage of meat in Ireland at the moment. It's hard to even get sirloin. Earl taking that one down. By the way, BTW. I'm getting info here that we're not too far away from what I would believe will be our last break of the night. I suppose you have over there, Dan Fox. I'm not sure where you're from. You told me enough times. I know it's not this side of the pond. That's for sure. I have a rule, Dan Fox. I don't talk about politics or religion on this channel. Not particularly, but to answer your question, yes. Times they are changing. And what you're saying is definitely a massive issue in our country at the moment. Not much happening there. Very uneventful last hand. We are going on a break for the guts of 15 minutes or so. Don't go anywhere. We still have a few more levels to go tonight, where these hopefuls will bag and tag and come back for the final 24 players in the Dutch Classics main event tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Maybe some turns that might kill your action. You are against a 20 big blind stack, so it's important that when he has the overpairs, you get as much money in as possible now.
Nariman Yagmai, who I've actually had an opportunity to observe on a few occasions, a frequenter of the Merit Poker Complex in northern Cyprus, has some results on his resume from that room, which of course was graced with the EPT not long ago, really putting them on the map. But of course, the crown jewel each and every year is the World Series of Poker Europe main event when it comes to this part of the blue marble. Meanwhile, tens are going to run into queens here as Niste made it 5. Shilko a button 3-bet to 15,000, and that button is going to help kind of range him away from something as dominant as this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more polarizing. You know, he does have the option to play call aware with only 2 people behind. This is a spot where Niste is just going to die. 2 tens versus a button 3-bet in late position formation.
Yeah, not deep enough. He decides to really try to take this one post-flop, and his all-in declaration was always going to be met by a call for Shilko, who is in wonderful shape here, 86%.
Good luck.
180K pot. Might day 2 be coming to an early close for Mihai Nista. Looking that way on a king 9-7 board, although some running straight possibilities.
What do we got there?
Board pairing 9, a whole lot of interesting card protecting trinkets there, but I don't know how much protection they were able to provide, as these tens are really threatened at this point. A 2-outer that doesn't come in.
Good luck, guys. Enjoy.
Thank you.
And that's a pretty sporting way to sign off from Mihai Nista.
Those multi-way dynamics change things a bit, I think.
Can I ask you something? You ever been in that spot where maybe you did have that thought, but then as you observed the brewing reaction from your opponent to that prospect, you pulled up lane?
Yeah, probably in my younger days when I didn't have much else to go off of other than my ability to read the room and, you know, try to guess correctly. Now I think I would just fight the urge, even if my instincts told me something was awry.
Yeah, and we're going to have a fight on our hands here as yet again Cowboys have mounted up, this time for the surging Stetsura. And Sposato with ace-king of diamonds. We know what direction he's headed.
4th or 5th time Stetsato's had kings. Wow.
Who the hell is Stetsato?
What did I say?
Stetsato. I'm like, is that the love child of?
Yes, exactly. That's precisely what happened. Is Sposato and Stetsura.
Well, by the way, something else has happened as we're giggling through the surnames. Pocket Queens is a not funny development for a rather deep stacked Ilani.
This is hell. And honestly, as good as he's been and as aggressive as he's been able to pick up chips, there may be an argument here for just like getting out of harm's way, but you know, it's still queens. And I imagine we're going to 4-bet here. It's just a matter of how much.
These two trains are heading towards one another on the same track.
I think ultimately it just comes down to not a matter of who gets stacked, but like who gets out of the way. Is it the ace-king suited that ends up folding? Is it the queens that ends up folding? Not sure.
Yeah, this isn't going to be a 3-train collision.
I don't
I
think
would
so.
think.
Yeah, I don't think so. But
So 2 bets became 3. 3 became 4, and the man who started things isn't done with them. 5 bets to 75,000.
if they are reading it all into body language and things of that nature, we might not see a flop.
How so?
The degree at which that 75K went in for a 5-bet with no thought whatsoever kind of indicates to me we might be against the blade here.
Well, listen, Sposato's knife's fairly sharp under normal circumstances, but a very dulling effect brought on by the 4 and 5-bet behind his 3-bet. I wouldn't want to be that drawstring right about now.
Yeah, I don't think I would feel very comfortable playing 6-bet all in here with anything but aces.
There's not a whole lot of times where ace-king suited in particular flirts with a muck pre-flop, but this would strike me as one of those times.
I think so. I think so. Again, the speed at which Stetsuria put in the 5-bet with what didn't really appear to be much thought. It's a great laydown.
Fantastic decision there.
And honestly, again, I wouldn't be shocked if we just don't even see a flop. Small re-raise, though.
I mean, just another 37.5 to see what's what. I
Yeah.
don't want to make light of it, and obviously you play 124 effective from here, sub 1 SPR, so things could get expensive independent of board textures that would maybe leave us worried. And is the decision more for all than for some as it stands?
There it
Yes,
is.
it is.
Great
My
laydown.
goodness. Bravo, Ron Ilani.
And he shows it. He shows the kings.
And
Lets him
Sposato
right off
before
the
him.
hook.
And by the way, it's not as though we can critique Stetsuria's choice to 5-bet here.
No, no, no. Of course not. Of course not.
I look, the TV table. 30 minutes.
Cash game streets, content creators, the likes of Yo Viral,
Yeah.
Johan Guibert.
Yo for a long time was kind of the face of French poker, I would say. It's changed a lot in the last handful of years. The French have really surged in creating a small group of talented pros that are kind of taking the tournaments by storm.
Benjamin Pollock is a legend of the World Series of Poker Streets. He plays under the banner. Antoine Saoud, David Benjamin from the old school side of the spectrum,
Yeah.
Julian Martini, Thomas Santern. Can't overlook Bertrand Gros-Pellier, Elke. He made his mark. Meanwhile, Yagmai could be making a mark here with ace-jack against this cutoff open from Ronnie Lani.
Yeah, I think this one's just good enough. He's not really going to have a choice but to stick it in.
That's exactly what he does. Uh-oh.
Unlucky.
First occasion on which Ukraine's Dmytro Stetsura is going to get involved, and it's going to be absolute top of range, which influences that involvement. Horrendous for Yagmai. Now, even a cold call, which is the very least we can do with these aces if we're Stetsura,
Yeah.
screams strength.
Yeah.
You know, trying to lure Ilani into
There's just
something.
like, yeah, you're kind of just handcuffed, you know.
Yeah.
Aces are a cheat code. If ever you're going to have a cold call range, you can work them in there.
Yeah. Yagmai understandably on his feet here as his light begins to flicker.
So many creative ways to
Yeah, the stand-up D-Mike,
Yeah,
grab your
yeah.
backpack. Yeah, we've seen it all.
he's going to need a miracle here.
And that isn't it, as he lacks a spade and he lacks chips.
You know, it's you're sitting on aces and you just made it 37x. And you go, oh my God, I misclicked. But, you know, you got the 6-5 suited, you kind of just play it off.
Yeah, right,
Like, oh, well, another day at the office, boys.
There's nothing worse than that guilt that you got to wear when the guy gets after. And maybe, you know, they deserve it if they're trying to exploit.
Well,
But you show up with the aces and it's like, oh, my bad. Would you look at that?
it's a part of the opening range, you know. Sorry I happen to have it this time.
Well, pocket seven's also a part of the opening range. From the cutoff for Neugebauer. He's made it 9 to go. Oh, he just flats king queen off from the button.
Pretty common on the button. You want to be using these Broadway type hands. They're not quite good enough to 3-bet get in, but they're way too strong to ever consider folding. So you kind of try to avoid folding them at all costs by coming through with a call.
Now,
He's now getting out of line.
Kamoshi
That's clear.
is proving abusive.
Augie could have jammed, I suppose. Versus a cutoff open, 25, putting it in, I think might be quite reasonable. And maybe he leans on king queen suited for that sort of play. I would have a hard time not back jamming this, knowing full and well that I was getting called by Kamoshi, but also just believing that he's out of line.
Well,
There it is.
Arai
He shares my thoughts.
induced, I suppose. Maybe we reserve the right to change our mind about how we want to approach things. I don't know that his intention was to induce.
No, this is just a byproduct of a series of events that you live and die by. This kid seems like he's out of line. We're gonna back jam and hope that we have some of this range dominated, which I don't think is all that unreasonable. Quite possible that Kamoshi has worse king high and queen high type holdings in his squeeze range here, especially if he's as liberal as we see. Though the ace 9 off, probably not that bad versus cutoff button.
He's already got 36 in here, and he's just trying.
It's
kind of
really
questioning what this is unconventional behavior from Arai, right?
Yeah, and we did see the queen 8 off, but nobody else knew.
No, right. But from Kamoshi's standpoint, he's kind of like, what?
It feels
Flat
weird.
jam?
Yeah, it feels weird because you expect the pocket pairs like below the 9 to just be jamming pre. Right?
Correct. And the bigger aces also to be maybe taking up a more aggressive posture. And so look how well he's performing here with something as paltry as ace 9 for a 233K pot. And check
how well he was performing.
Correct. The update now is a very poor performing king high flop. He can get behind it. Tasting the 233. And it doesn't spoil on the turn. Just needs to dodge an ace, which he does. 4's full on the end. Roll your sleeves up and enjoy a deep stack.
Suited connectors or small pair?
Suited connectors.
Why?
Because you can play it multi-way and you have many more draws, and if you have a small pocket, you probably need to fold.
It depends. I have some favorite hands like 7, 8, 9, 10. I like to play those hands. Otherwise, small pocket pairs is not so bad. Depends also on the position you have on the table.
Of course.
You know, if you're a professional poker player, you must know that, no?
Suited connectors or small pocket pair?
Small pocket pair.
I love suited connectors. Yes, suited connectors I every time would play.
Same, depending on the stage of the tournament.
Yeah,
but
your favorite, like?
Suited connector. It's good to build big stacks.
Maybe some turn.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Blinds have gone up to 40, 80, 80, and just in time to see Marcel go all in with kings against Dan's 8, 10 of spades. And it is 7-3-3. And he will take that one down. As Dan Fox says, I love that these hands are labelled as you only see them in the movies, but it happens a ton in real life. Always against showing cards unless you have to. Too much info is given. Earl is going to raise to 210k from under the gun, putting those chips to work. Earl is going to bet 300k here with top pair. Decent kicker, also blocks the straight. You see Nini going all in for his last 0.7 of a big blind. And he's going to need a lot of help to remain in this event with 35 players remaining now. Turn is the deuce of spades. The river is the jack of spades, and that is gold for Nini on the river. 1 foot out the door. Pings the jack on the river and is now playing over 10 big blinds. ECW King says this dealer is laying down the law. Nini is all in for 11 bigs from the cutoff around to the small blind. Nini with the ace-10 of clubs. Danilo with the queen-jack off suit. We see a raise from David. A call from Earl into small with ace deuce of diamonds. Marcel with the 6-4 of clubs. 34 players remaining now, by the way, and that means we are 10 eliminations away from the redraw. Not the redraw, the conclusion of day 2. Average stack is 2.7 million at the moment. 10, 6 deuce. 8 is the board. Earl is just going to raise here to 850k, and I did not expect that. And the reason I hesitated, I thought there might have been a graphical error, but no. Putting David Savoca in a really tough spot and getting him to fold a very superior hand to the ace deuce. Weird play it was indeed, ECW King. It did work. That's the power of the big stack there. A very good example of it. And the hijack is opening to 230k. Blinds are still 40, 80, 80, so going for a larger raise size. David is going to call from the small blind with King Jack, flopping 2 pair on the Ace King Jack. Not a great flop for Danilo. David improving to a full house now on the turn. And when that 10 rolls off on the river, any queen makes a straight. Quite the action killer. A lot of busted flush draws out there. Danilo will feel compelled to pay. David winning. Nice pot for himself, playing close to 3 million now, as 34 players still remain. Danilo's just going to take that one down. He is really putting the foot on the gas. Case in point, opening hands like 4-3 off suit in this late hour of the night. Nini is going for a very unconventional limp here from under the gun off this stack depth. Not something you would see too often with a hand as strong as King Queen offsuit. You want to put this combo in your raise folding range with those blockers or just straight up jam. So Errol raised to 320. So we are seeing a lot of open raises from many players at this table that is close to 3x. I would personally recommend a size smaller to a min raise. But monkey see, monkey do. See Marcel all in with ace king, and Danilo Palomba wants a count. Marcel opening to 160k. Nikki has got the goods. Krista is all in over the top. This is such a cooler. Krista with the ace king of spades will think they're getting their money in good, maybe flipping, etc. You do not expect your opponent to have aces when you're the one sitting there with ace king suited. And obviously the ace-3 suited getting out of the way. Nikki is going to snap with the American Airlines. And Krista, very unfortunate to run into such a monstrous hand, to say the least. Obviously going to be dejected in this dismal scenario with the ace-king. She seems to be... Oh my God! 7-6 deuce. It ain't over till it's over. What a flop for Krista van Berkel. She looks a bit shameful, but that's the game, love. Well played. Very unlucky for Nikki. I say well played. She got her money in with a monster. It's a super cooler. And sometimes aces are invincible, are not invincible. She did have 17% equity going in, 1 in 5 times pretty much. She's going to crack the aces, and that was her time. Her one time. How do you like those apples? is 6 deuce deuce. Danilo betting 300k. And Errol putting those chips to work once again. Wasn't expecting to see this. Danilo leading. Errol says, "You're full of shit." And makes it an extra million on top, putting Danilo in a very difficult position. He does have a lot of equity in this hand. I don't know if this paired board is the kind of hand we want to lead on, because we don't have too much deuce X in our range, especially against an under the gun open. And Earl's basically saying to him, I don't believe your lead. It might be a 6 at best, and I have all the overpairs, so therefore I am going to make a large raise. And now he's smiling and smirking, and he said something. Kind of gives away the strength of his hand there. If he had an overpair, I think we would see him continue betting to get more money in the pot. I mean, a jack arriving on the turn is about as good as a card for Earl to catch. It basically is an overpair in this scenario. And Earl just bets 2 million, takes it down, wins another one, and is playing close to 100 big blinds once more. .32 players remaining now. We are 8 eliminations away from the conclusion of day 2 of the Dutch Classics main event. And Nicky with the queens after losing. Good chunk of his stack with the aces. Will take that one down, playing close to 1 million. Once again, I think they're still talking about that hand. What a moment that is when you've ace king suited in against aces. You just flop the joint. Yabba dabba do. Nicky with king queen offsuit, 8.4 bigs behind. We see the 3-bet coming in hot, putting both players at risk here. Danilo with 5-4 suited. Nicky going to get out of the way with king queen. I'm not sure what we're supposed to do with king queen there. I would have thought we were just getting it in ourselves, taking that move away from the blinds. Does make big laydown and is correct on this occasion. He's going to be up against a better hand. Sometimes, occasionally there, we are going to still be in the lead with the king queen against a hand like king jack suited. Sometimes you'll get a hand like king 10 suited to shove. You might get a hand like queen jack suited. Queen 10 is stretching. Rare enough we are going to be dominated is my whole point, unless we're up against ace queen or ace king. We're flipping against jacks. And Ferenc is going to give a walk, but Nicky would have been forced to call there, sub 10 bigs with the jack 10. So the blinds are 50k small blind, 100k big blind with 100k running big blind ante. That's 50, 100, 100. Danilo is going to raise to 275. We see a 3-bet to 530. Essentially clicking it back. And I don't know how much of a dynamic is being built up between these two. But honey, I'm all in, honey. Springs to mind in this exact scenario. But for this sizing, do we want to rip when we get to see a flop for so cheap? Even if we are going to be out of position. If this was a dynamic that's being developed between the two and they're clicking it back and it's the third time, something around that area, they've been fighting in small pots, big pots all day. Sure, 4-bet rip. But because he's getting such a great price, even though we have a hand as strong as 10s, our best course of action is going to be usually be to just call. So we will call on the flop. Turn goes check, check. River is the jack of diamonds. We've got 2 10s in our hand. So we significantly block the straight. We unblock clubs. And we lose to a lot of hands now. And for Ferenc, we want to be thinking what we can get to fold. This run out, not great. We block some of the straights with the queen. We unblock clubs. However, any king's probably going to call us. Some 2-pair combinations arrive in the form of king jack. And he's just going to knuckle and lose. And that's okay. We see Chenda Lee all in for her last 2.8 bigs. I would prefer to let the blinds and antes hit us with a hand as weak as 10-2 offsuit. Krista has called from the small blind with pocket fours. Chenda needing a lot of help to remain in this event. That's not the worst flop in the world. Needs a 9 or a 10 now. Krista's still way out in the lead. Turn brings more trouble. 7 of diamonds. Now 9 outs can save her as we hit the river. That's not one of them. It's the 3 of hearts. And we lose Chenda Lee in 30th place and 29 players remaining now. We are 5 eliminations away from the conclusion of day 2. Nikki shoves nearly 7 bigs with ace queen suited. And Danilo is going to spin for 5.8 bigs. Total is 28 players remaining now. Nikki with ace queen of diamonds. Danilo with ace 3 off suit. Is ace queen 5. Nikki set for a nice double up to 1.5 million. 15 bigs if he can hold. A 4 sends Nikki to the rail. It is a 6. David raises to 210k with the ace king off suit from under the gun. There is a pay jump looming, folks. €1,350 is the current payout. One more elimination will secure you €1,750. And on 10-10-6, Dave's going to bet 180k. Does have that all important ace of clubs. Can keep firing on turns and rivers. Dan's going to call with ace jack. Called from the small pre. Danilo finding a way to hit the jack on the turn. We'll be happy to take that one down. And look who we've got in the chat. None other than Johan, the main man. So it's nice and sparkling in Germany on the way home after saying just that. Is it a long, lonely road, Jay Wasello? Nice to have you with us and unlucky on your trip. So you're charging your car. Oh, a better way to pass the time than tuning into Kings. And it's one night. The action has lulled at times. There hasn't been much people chatting. I've had a lot of all-ins. Players willing to get this back in, etc. David. Straight on the turn. Gonna try to get paid here by betting 425. And Dan, look, is he piecing out a raise? Would be quite a creative raise. Where in God's name is this raise coming from? Was not expecting to see this, and it's a very chunky raise size to 1.6 million. Doesn't really have a hand that would raise this river with an 8 and a 3. Usually, to pull a move like this, you'd want to have a spade blocker. I don't know how plausible this story is that Dan is telling, but I do know it's very difficult for eliminations away from the final day to call off for nearly your tournament life here, when a lot of the time you are going to be chopping at best. He just doesn't believe Dan. That is a very fun hand indeed. Gotta admire the balls of Dan to attempt that one on the river, but David just too high up in his range. And if you've got it, you got it. Ding Dong says, what a punt with 8-3 off. Well, I didn't say it was a good raise on the river. I said I admire him for making the attempt. He's got the wrong combination to do it with. Surely want to have something that blocks the straight or a high spade in our hand. A high one spade in our hand. And he's a king, and he's a queen. I'll have to review that one again and see the exact combination of the raise on the river. It's got to be certain the blocks the straight and blocks the bush. No shit for us. Really fall into 5.3 big from the hijack. Sweeney going to get that one through. Will take down the blind mountains and is now playing 7.8 big ones. Really, really nice pick up taking down. Nearly 3 bigs, 2.5 bigs. Just a big difference. We're adding a $250,000 to a stack. Chipping up by somewhere in the region of about 33% there, just by taking down Brian's Nantes uncontested. ace king of diamonds here for David. There's 225. And we've got action here, folks. Ferenc with pocket jacks. Oh, he's just decided to call. Interesting. I'm not the biggest fan of calling here sub 20 bigs to start the hand with jacks. It's not a hand we want to be trapping with. We don't need to play cautiously in this exact scenario. The button is going to be opening quite wide considering how close we are at the end of the day. And I just think we have a slam dunk or funk shove free. It is Nicky who's going to bet 440k here. This is very ambitious into two players, I'll have you know. I don't think David should be folding here because there's one diamond on the flop. It's a paired board. Our opponent could be leading with a 6, some spades. Unlikely they have a 3. And now Ferenc is just going to put Nicky all in. And now Nicky might convince himself that he has to call because Ferenc can have a flush draw, for example. Never going to be putting them on a hand like 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks here. They should all be rejamming pre-flop. So in a way, Ferenc has played this one deceptively. The issue for Nicky as well is he has so much of his chips already invested. Just 7.4 bigs behind. It's hard to get away from this hand because you've so much invested, but at the same time, you are crushed to a 6. But how much 6x's does Ferenc have? He should have very, very little 6x. So if we rule out him having 6x, we can't rule it out entirely. I don't think he's going to be flattened hands that contain a 6, 5, 6, 6, 7, 6, 8. They just don't really call sub 20 bigs here. The last 10 hands of the night or so. And that's why Nicky thinks this is going to be spades more often than not. And if he does have 2 overs and spades, yes, he's going to be in a coin flip situation. But if he is in a coin flip situation, when he has this much invested, I think he's going to have to call off. Interesting to see what you think about this one in the chat if anyone's still with me. One combo it didn't mention that Vliek has put in maybe ace-6 suited. I just don't think he's meant to have it. Have ace-6 suited. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that he wouldn't call with king-6 there. King-6 or ace-6 suited. I just don't really see it with what's at stake in this tournament. I'm not saying that ace-6 suited is a hand that we don't want to call from the small blind with, but usually we want to be a little bit deeper than 20 bigs to start the hand. But he did flat with jacks, so what do I know? And David Savoca losing the bare minimum with ace-king of diamonds. He'll surely be happy with that one. When he's seen the jacks being flipped over, he would have lost about 2 million of his 5 million chips. About 40% of his stack. Vleek says lost. Yes, the ace kings. Well, I mean, he's not looking good with his jacks. Yes, okay, Vleek, yes. Turn and river have to come. Very good point. What I mean is, you're going to lose a large portion of the time there when it is 6-3-3 with 2 cards to come. So it's got to feel nice that you lost feck all with the ace king. Always a surprise around the corner of kings. Who knows whether the ace or the king was coming? I guess we'll never know. Queen 9-6 is the flop. Ding Dong says, Dan getting creative again, huh? Yeah, he's been doing a lot of creative things. I can't believe that he's opened 10-7 offsuit here. I'm only getting around to that now because I was commenting on the last hand, but this is an outrageously light open, especially off this stack depth. Ferenc calling on the button. I'm not even the biggest fan of calling with the Queen 10 offsuit when someone opens into us off this stack depth, and I would probably put 6-3 suited in the bin. Looks better than it is for one more big. I'm definitely folding these combos if they're offsuit. If I'm going to call with the suited combos, I'd prefer to have 6-4 suited, 6-5 suited. These 6-3 and 6 deuce suited just don't play that well. What are we seeing here? Dan telling a story that he has an absolute monster, and he has me convinced, and I can see his hand. Wow. Gets that one through. I don't blame Ferenc for folding that turn. Dan betting 350, leaving himself with 640 behind. Very creative play from Dan. I can't say I'm the biggest fan of it, but it has worked. I don't understand why Dan Dan is playing with the 7-3 suited. He's going for it again. And he does get that one through. Ding Dong says feels a bit like he didn't get a hotel room for the night and wants to go home. I'm sure he'll have to get a hotel room because it's looking very likely he's going to be back to play tomorrow. 27 players remaining now. The winner tomorrow, folks. Just another reminder, €53,900 for the eventual champion. First, second, third, and fourth, all going to get a 10K ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. As Jay Wasello says, you can use my room 176. Things must be bad, Johan. And you're going to sell your room for half price. Danilo trying it again here on the 9-3-3 jack. I say trying it again. Defending with 5 deuce offsuit. Don't try that at home. David Savoca taking that one down. And I believe last 4 hands were announced. Last 4 hands. It was a quiet enough night, guys. Tail end of the summer. People are busy, etc. But it has had its moments. And if you were tuning in, I'd just like to give you a massive thanks. We are back tomorrow at 2:30 Central European Time. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. If you like what you see, head over to the King's Resort website where you can find out all the information, see our upcoming schedule. We even have a merchandise store. We are on all the usual social media platforms. And Marcel's not even going to entertain defending with the Jack 10 offsuit. With 6.5 bigs behind, having the big blind invested and the big blind ante. Wants to be defending that one for 100k more. And I'd like to thank all the regs that tuned in tonight as well. You know who you are by now, and all the new names. And of course, the moderators. And Johan, the main man. Nini's going for it with 3 hands remaining. Shoving 5.3 bigs with the pocket sixes. Going to David in the big. It is only 4.3 bigs more for David. 430k to call. This just prices us out slightly. Does it? If it was suited, I'd definitely call. Fold king, deuce, king, 3, king, 4 offsuit. Maybe for 4 big blinds more, we could flick it in there. 4.3. Any more, I think we need something like king 7, king 8. Any less, we call. With pretty much any king, we can get rid of the king deuce and the king 3. The king 5 is going to be right on the line. You would think that they would be shoving a little bit tighter last 3 hands of the night. So perhaps we can just let that one go. 2 hands remaining. Nicky shoves. So this is the last hand of the night. David is going to min raise from the button. And Nicky should just be letting this go with the 6-3 offsuit. He is going to flick it in. 25 players remaining. Ooh, risky business with the 6-3 offsuit. Does not want to see a 6. And that's going to do it. Day 2 has concluded of the Dutch Classics main event. Brought to you by the King's Resort in Rosvedov. I will see you all tomorrow, 2:30 Central European Time. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night.